Hold this regular meeting order at 6:00. And to establish a quorum on the road, where Ken Parker is here. Councilmember David Barron here.
Present.
Councilmember Matt Hearn.
Here.
Councilmember Bill McKee.
Here.
Councilmember Rodney Grillco.
Here.
Councilmember Ryan Moses.
Present.
Present and accountable. Before we say the prayer and pledges, in Blanco, we respect both tradition and constitutional freedoms. Many of us choose to stand for the prayer and the pledge because they reflect our values, gratitude, and love of country. Others may choose differently, and that is their constitutional right. My focus remains on serving the people of Blanco with respect, unity, and professionalism.
Before I offer the invitation and we write the pledges, this is National Police Week. If y'all did not know that, I'm sorry. I'm a retired vet and a former city cop, and it means a lot to me to know that this week some people are up in Washington, D.C. honoring friends of mine who were killed on line of duty. And I think before we start, I just want to offer our thanks to the chief of the department. I can say without being argued with too much, Blanco has a very good police department led by a really outstanding chief. And even though my wife and I did not choose to live in the city because y'all didn't have big enough piece of property for us, it's always a pleasure to get to see the chief and the officers that work for him. So if y'all see a cop this week, greet them friendly, even if they're walking up to your car with a ticket book. I'll give your thanks.
I have a donut.
Barbecue maybe, donuts. So let me see if I remember the order right. We do the pledges first and then the prayer. Is that right?
Right.
Prayer first and then the pledge.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. Would you all join me in prayer? Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we are so grateful for the opportunities that you give us to live in a land that allows us to govern ourselves. The right of self-government, oh God, is truly a gift from you, and we cherish it. So God, tonight I pray that you will bless this meeting, that your spirit would move among the folks who are here, that the sense of civic duty that those who have chosen to stand for election to the council will be reaffirmed, and that you will also especially bless and keep, guard, and guide the police officers who work for the city of Blanco, for the county of Blanco, for the state, for the federal government, and all that they do. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay, the place is, pardon me. I pledge to the flag of the United States one nation under God, indivisible. I the big one day. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I failed to get any very important announcements other than this week. So does anyone in the gallery have Memorial Day? Lavender Fest?
Festival. So you're gonna hear about that in a minute.
Oh, okay.
Lavender Festival is
Anything else? And what?
New business item 6 and 7 on the agenda are related. Whole fire barn for far too long. going to the council to discuss hypothetical revenue generating proposals for the building. That were based on two main moving parts. They connected the future use of the building to projected rehab of other buildings, which will take it. Considering the rehab and updating of the building with no tenants for rental facility makes sense. However, it should still come down to the known fact. Two proposals indicate that the rental income, the Cranberry, will pay for the cost to finance the upgrade of the building. That is a fact and is checked into or is locked into a lease agreement that will protect taxpayers from increased debt. You should pursue such a plan. You should certainly proceed with item number 7, the request proposals for the expert to determine the actual cost of the savings. Once you know the cost, then the agreement with Cranberry that will offset the cost should be pursued. Such an arrangement would be supporting a business owner will generate long-term revenue. The city wants to finance it off. Sounds like a win-win situation. Structuring a deal with Cranberry should be a thoughtful agreement to help Cranberries to transition to a really wonderful location, but also help Blanco through the rest of the some of the fees should be reasonable and the rates must protect city outlay. We need hope with a long-term value and ensuring the city can bring it at market value for the long term. I understand the Cranberries is on a short timeline to vacate the current location. Thus, takes some sincere interest from Cranberry and good relations and staff. City should with the socials and get the economics.
Chloe Seal.
I'm Chloe Sill, president of Thompson Real Estate Trust. We purchased the Cranberry building back in August 2025. We did an inspection at that time. The building is falling apart. It probably should be rebuilt. We need to get in there. We need to get it. We need to do repairs. The city has not been the department of the city owns the property behind the building, right up against the building, and the deferred maintenance that the previous owners tried to get the city to do something about it. It's created structural problems, it's created roof leaks, it's created, and it continues to, like I said, there's a crack in the building, and we've got estimates of 103,000 for the structural repair, we've got 71,000 for the roof repair, we've got an evaluation we're dealing with the county on is 884,000 for that building because of these conditions. We've got a lost revenue of 259,000 in the market lease per foot. We've got another 70,000 per month on the debt service on this, plus the utilities and overhead to the building. So in all in loss, we have $1.389 million in loss on this building that we're not going to be able to recoup if the city does not deal with the deferred maintenance on that back property. So that we can go in, there's the retaining walls completely dilapidated down. It's creating the erosion there where this building continues to structurally be compromised. And on April 30th, I sent an email to Mr. Warren. I have not gotten a response from him yet on that letter. We did send a letter to Sue, and we will be pursuing that.
Mark Holodeck.
All right, good evening, Mayor Council. I want to once again address continuing issues of vague agendas and growing public concern over transparency in city government. On April 2nd, the city held a special meeting that was centered heavily around executive session discussions regarding economic development. The public was given very little meaningful information about what actually was being discussed. Now tonight, immediately before this council meeting, we have another workshop agenda with extremely vague title, Project Ignition Presentation, and simply discussion. Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for that. The problem is the public should not have to rely on rumors, speculation, or trying to connect dots between meetings just to understand what their government is discussing, especially when these discussions may involve similar topics with some of the same people. And that raises another fair question. If these are legitimate development discussions involving major projects, infrastructure, or possible taxpayer impacts, then why are these topics not being discussed more openly during the regular council meetings where the public can actually follow the conversation? Texas Open Meeting Act exists for a reason. The purpose is not just technical compliance. The purpose is meaningful public awareness and transparency. And respectfully, titles like Project Ignition do not give the public meaningful notice of what is actually being discussed. What also raises public concern is timing. Last month, discussions surrounding proposed development activity appeared before a different makeup of council. Since then, council membership has changed, yet similar development-related discussions now appear to be resurfacing again under another vague agenda. What also raises public concern is continuity of these discussions. Some of the same individuals who have been heavily involved in shaping the city's long-term development vision and planning efforts for years still appear connected to or involved in discussions surrounding proposed development activity, even after changes in city council membership. Whether intentional or not, that naturally raises public questions about the level of ongoing influence current or former city officials may still have regarding development projects being discussed behind the scenes. That is exactly why transparency matters. Because from the public perspective, this pattern keeps repeating itself. Vague agendas, executive sessions, limited detail, and then later the public finds out discussions involve major issues affecting taxpayers, infrastructure, debt, or development policy. That damages trust, public trust, whether intentional or not. Maybe the council should demand, this council should demand that the administration provide clear notice and more transparency to the citizens of Blanco moving forward. Thank you.
Susan Moore.
These are like some comments about the variance, all variances requested for a project must be identified during the site plan approval process. The variance states that it's property forever. The variance does have special circumstances affecting the land. We find the applicant of a reasonable use of the land and a substantial property right. The new owners have submitted a site plan requesting a 0 lot line variance solely only for the addition of non-conforming structures which are against the PVC code. The non-conforming structure or structure is not allowed to be extended or rebuilt. The owner's claim would create a hardship if they were denied variance. For a hardship claim, they must prove the property is incapable of earning a reasonable sum, not the most profitable return. This property currently has several permitted self-storage units, and in fact have a waiting list on some of these units that are in high demand. Those are permitted units. This storage facility is a commercial property with an industrial overlay. All storage is listed as a right on an industrial site, but only a fully enclosed self-storage unit with a special use permit is allowed on a commercial site. Owner must request that special use permit. This facility was given a special use permit for fully enclosed self-storage units in 1999 and operated in compliance for 15 years. This property has been out of compliance with PVC regulations since 2016. I've written many complaint letters to the city. The city allowed it to be used as a non-conforming salvage yard. During that time, non-conforming storage structures were installed. The city evidently did not pursue civil penalties as they did not remove the storage structure in front of the property, nor junk vehicles. The junk vehicles were later removed by the new owners, but the non-conforming structures remain. Large vehicles in another set, and large vehicles are currently being parked on the back of this property without a permit, much like the salvage yard, and have already caused road damage to Blanco Avenue, which needs to be repaired. These vehicles must swing off the opposite side of the road to accommodate their necessary turning radius. The city street is not wide enough, nor is it structured for the weight of some of these vehicles. We don't need any more torn up roads and potholes. Blanco Avenue serves the department, EMS, police department, which would all need well-maintained road access. So the question is, will the general lot line variant and the new non-conforming structure be allowed on the site? I urge you to review the ADUDC and abide by its regulations. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna apologize. Rick Walters.
He was a pastor that.
Okay.
spoke.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's what I thought.
Yeah, Pastor Walter Curtis.
He said, "Give him a
He was
face." Okay, I'll move on. Okay, so we'll move on to qualifications.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mayor, Council. Welcome to the new council members that are seated. I'm glad y'all are here. This is May report. I'll go ahead and get started. So the water plant is operational but not operating. We actually received approval today. I think Danny will mention it in his report to actually start doing the testing. We're hoping to get approval from the TCEQ on a 50-50 split for water from the river and water from Canyon Lake. As you know, right now, Canyon Lake is 100% of your water source. All info has been submitted to TCEQ, and I believe they're reviewing it. The sewer line update, you've probably seen, with services has been in the north side of town, basically going from 15th Street all the way to very close to the edge of town limits. And we already had a pre-construction meeting. The construction started, which should be done by the end of May. That doesn't mean that it'll actually be fully operational. That might take a couple weeks after that. If there has been any disruption, I know there was a frontier line that was cut. If anything like that happens, let us know right away. We'll get it fixed. So, yeah, things happen, and I know there was a line that was cut, but that will be resolved. So, the other thing, you'll hear a little bit about it tonight, is EWSRF. It's the PIF that we got through the water board, the 3 water lines. All the submittals have been made. We're just waiting for the approvals. And this is kind of the stopping phase. Tonight you're going to hear about using a new engineer to start the design. But that's going to be started very soon. We'll a little bit more about that tonight. And then we talked a little bit about this last month. Northside Sewer, we just talked about the 3 water lines. Yeah, we're going to get back onto the rock wall, the water plant that you've already been working on and very close to completion. The grants, there's a comp plan update. You're going to get an update from former council member Bobby McClung tonight. There's also the alternate transportation grant and then also the Texas governor's grant for $90,000. And then we've also just talked to people that do the generators, and we are getting the generator grant going and getting these new generators in. So that will then mean that all major facilities we have will have a generator, which has really been the goal all along. So we've kind of talked about this before. We're going to have an update from the councilman, from the former council member on the visioning meetings, and then where we are with the visioning, and a little bit of, he's going a little bit more depth than I have. And we already talked about the transportation grant. Okay, so let's talk about employee of the month. No, it's not going to be the city attorney. Sorry, Ted. That's if you don't know what that is, that's Suits, that's Harvey. But it actually, I didn't. You know what happens is the person that does all the stuff, gets everything behind the scenes, does everything, is your city secretary, and she's the one that also would have seen that she's going to be the employee of the month. And one of my favorite people, there's Donna. So you're not quite Donna, but you've been great. If you hadn't noticed last week, she had been sick, but she came in anyway, masked, made sure that everything got done, got everything posted for this meeting. We have to post it basically 6 days ahead of time, the Wednesday before Tuesday meeting. Don't know, maybe it would have gotten done, but I don't know how it would have gotten done without her. So, we will have to post a normal choose either a day off, or she gets a $100 gift card to a place in town for the month.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Get out of that. Okay, and then let's see here.
Watch too much TV.
Watch. I did. So anyway, the other thing is we still have the new phones. Hopefully, and we're still working on it. Hopefully, we're always answering the phones now. I know that was an issue before, but it rolls over. Anyone can grab it. So we're working on that. It's really a goal and to make sure that we're answering phones, that we're answering complaints, any issues that happen in the city. So that is a work in progress. I think that's it. So questions of staff? Thank you very much.
Okay. Joe, excuse me.
Yeah,
It's a very short.
it's very short. I don't have a presentation for the week. I've been training for the last week. So, not able to get that prepared. I'll have it. I'll be ready next week. Again, if you have questions, please get with me. We'll go over financials. But I do want to mention, in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we're going to be sending out a schedule for the budget. So it's budget time. So the trainings that I've been, everybody is getting ready for the budget. So if they're not already working on their schedule. So all 12 parties will be getting version of the budget, and we have new software this year. So I'll be getting with everybody how to manage and navigate through that. But it's soon. But I'll be right after I get this stuff. Budget.
That's it. Okay.
Do we have a preliminary schedule yet for the budget workshop?
A preliminary schedule yet? No, we cannot.
Police, whatever. I don't care.
Mayor, council, this is also going to be a short presentation. So, error of that I like to refer to as the calm before the tourist season storm. And we have not had a whole lot of activity this month. It does appear to be down. There's several reasons for that. One is speeders have slowed down since we started putting up new signs and our numbers are down across the board though. The only one that went up was our misdemeanors. And only went up one. Our total cost per service was $296, which is usual for this time of the year, just before summer starts. That's when another week or two, we're gonna have a,
School's gonna be out.
yeah. School's actually letting out, two. Yes. So, and there was a correction to this report. When this report was submitted for y'all's approval, had only 2 units, 2 marked units on the street, and the rest were in the shop, including one of the brand new units. That was a factory error, and Dodge made it, corrected it under warranty. And so now I have 5 units and only 1 in the shop.
What you do with it?
I don't know what I do.
Yeah.
Only power.
And I will agree that the traffic is slower. I was driving and I actually asked an 18-wheeler, and it scared me because I kept my, I was like, oh my God, how fast am I going? And I was going less than the speed limit. And I looked to see if it was a man 18-wheeler.
Well, I will say that, we've had a lot of help from EPS, commercial motor vehicle units. They've been coming into the county and really cracking down on commercial motor vehicles.
When you tell me we appreciate it.
But where are we on the sign installation with the speed monitoring signs as well as the Jake brake signs?
The Jake brake signs have been put up on all 4 sides of the county.
So that's a new town. Okay.
And as far as I believe. Oh, he's over there. He had to order new mounting equipment for electronics.
So we're not there yet
on the north end. I did reach out to the vendors about the other electronic sign for the south end of town, and they're telling me because of the situation in the Middle East right now that they're not anticipating those parts.
Oh, they're stuck in the string of Hormuz.
Hopefully they're not at the bottom.
Do we have any estimate on the timeline when we get that put up?
They can't get in that.
So you talk to tech stuff, you know where they're going and you have easements for them?
He's actually the one in charge of because they have to meet tech stop requirements. We don't get to this where they go.
Right. So, with tech stuff, y'all talk to them about it. You know, they told you where you want to put them.
At the moment, we have an idea, and I'll get more into that. There's an application that needs to be submitted for those signs specifically. And I'm gonna get with Warren on that. I just found this out also late last week. So.
Well, what is the hold up putting them up? What's left to be done?
The brackets, they had to get new parts for them.
Unfortunately, but everything going on in the Middle East, shortages, that's really set back.
They're getting all our brackets.
Yeah.
But to be clear, we do have possession of both signs, both radar signs.
No,
we're still waiting on one of them.
We're still waiting on one because it requires parts from,
I noticed, yesterday, I was gonna, kind of gripe a little bit about the traffic on 281 and no enforcement, that sort of thing, no tickets. And you talked about it all slowing down. Well, yesterday I noticed that your police officers were out there with their radar guns. Of course, they didn't catch anybody because the applications, people know where your officers are 20 miles ahead. And so they can't watch them. Their hands are tied. But having them out there and having that presence made them slow down. So if your officers could spend more time on Main Street, they sit there and read a book or whatever, and the people will control themselves. Because they'll spread the word, oh yeah, if there's police officers in Blanco, you better slow down. They're not speeding Blanco, they're there, they're waiting for you. And that's itself is a pretty effective calming, method. And speaking of calming methods, y'all have been in contact with TxDOT, I think, about them doing something, to help us control this. Is there, sure. Is there any other progress being made on TxDOT?
On TxDOT, no, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks. You have a beautiful markup heading on the novel, and it's a pleasure to continue serving the community. As I'll just jump straight through those topics as they were already being considered. On the TxDOT with the signs, I have been in contact with them. I have met them out there on site. Like I said, we did get the no illusion brake signs. Those are installed already and up. We have an idea where the other signs are going to go, but like I mentioned, I did just get word that there's an application to be submitted for that, and I'm going to get with Lauren on that in this next few days to get that application for those signs. And then once we, even if we install one of them, would be great, but we're still waiting on that other sign. I believe y'all were presented the monthly operating report this month. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to me and contact me. Just briefly, a brief oversight, we still do have 1.5 empty ponds for irrigation, so we're still not anywhere near discharging into the river. So we're good there. Even after all the rain we had, we're still in good condition. Leak repairs, we are having a little issue with Frontier Communications. I'm getting that to respond when marking their cables prior to excavation. So I'm going to be working with them and the locating company that they have contracted to get that. I believe it's USIC, the locating company. So I'm going to be trying to get with them and getting a better response time from them. Even they're not even making their 48-hour response time on it. So we've been having to chase them down and get them out here. And apparently everybody else is more important than Blanco. So we're trying to make Blanco a priority here to get it. Bear with us on that. We're trying to get those things here. Last month there was a question about the trash off. We're still cleaning up. If you drive on the yard, we're more than halfway through cleaning up. We already hauled off 12 bins, and I believe you asked me last month. And we probably have another 4 or 5 more that need to be hauled off. So we're still working on that. The surface plant, as Lauren mentioned, as of yesterday late evening, I did finally get a response from TCEQ on the water master department. And for those of you that are new to the council, I did turn on the plant late March, and I did see the entire plant run. It does operate, and it will produce water. I was ordered to notify TCEQ when we were going to turn on the plant, and I had my hand slapped for turning it on without notifying the water master. So that took till yesterday to get the approval from the water master. So I do have it scheduled for next week, because this week I do have some implement and intention. So next week and the following week is scheduled to operate the plant again with the intention of grabbing the samples needed to submit for the blending water permit. So it's asking for permission, to ask permission, to ask permission, to get permission. That's where we're at now. The plant does run, and it's on. Any questions?
Just looking at the report, it still looks like over the last 12 months' time, we're still hovering at 20%. That's after,
It was a 15% of the investment.
okay,
Yeah, sorry, kind of sideways.
that's the average over the last 12 months.
Oh, average, yes.
Yeah, average over the last 12 months. is
Over the years,
20%.
yes.
So we're still, over the last 12 months, we're still averaging 20%.
Correct, over the year, yes. Monthly, we're coming down and it's adjusting slowly, but we're getting there.
You think that's a county vote?
It's the water resource.
Okay.
See you guys again. An update kind of on the status of the master plan. We've been talking about it for a year and a half or so, and finally getting some traction over the last 6 months. What I want to mention is what was most important to the city and the volunteers who put together a business plan. This is a consensus of the majority of the citizens of the community. We define the citizens of Blanco by the school district. That's the geography, which is exactly the way we did it in 2004. That broader geography considers Blanco their home. This is their community. So as far as a master plan for what goes on the next 10 or 15 years, it's important that this is a citizens plan of the community. It's not my plan. It's not a small committee. And so what I'm going to share today is some of the majority results of the respondents. We've done 2 surveys. I'll get into it, and then kind of a visioning survey in November, December. Just I still with your Blanco was that one. It was just a snapshot of what people do in Blanco now, and it's like trends out what they do. This more previous survey that we completed in March and April, and we had a visioning meeting on recently with the interested parties and stakeholder groups. It was pretty telling. I think we've gotten some good information to really come up with the purpose of the visioning work, which we're just finishing now, is to come up with guiding principles for the rewrite of the UDC and the zoning maps and the goals of Blanco over the next 10 to 15 years that are supported by over 50% of the respondents in these surveys. Just for a little background on this, we have a volunteer group of about 25 people that have been to the 5 or 6 mixers and visioning events that we've done. Many of those people are in this room right now. So I want to thank all of you guys for your participation on that. All right, I'm going to move this through pretty quickly. This should be or can be published on the city website. And I'll go into that in a little bit, but some of the goals of what this document can become. But I'm just going to hit a few high points here. But this is why this work matters, and that's the goal text in the middle. The plan is not about changing Blanco. It's about ensuring Blanco remains unmistakably itself, even as the world around us shifts. So that's why this is important work, and this will be for everybody to review. Before I conclude, I want to have a couple of asks for the current council to try to drive this forward. If you go to the next slide, if you would, Warren. Sure. Real quickly, as you can see on the visioning work, which I and many on this volunteer committee, what we're referred to as the stakeholders on this, the consensus is this work is important to guide the city on what the community really wants. We have just about finished this visioning work. It's ready for any adjustments and final draft that the city might want to do. But the goal is that for the city ratify this, and we'll end up with some guiding principles I'll come up with in a few moments that will drive the UDC, the zoning maps, any economic development activities, things that the citizens want to see over the next few years. So we're close to integrating this into the master plan. So the heavy lifting of the master plan will work. We'll start in late July through August, where we're actually doing zoning map and land use map and preliminary drafts of the UDC. For the longer timeline, the goal is that will come to the council for the draft stage by November, December timeframe, and hopefully get final approval of that in January.
So what residents said, we can go, this is being detailed. The number one thing is protect what makes Blanco Blanco, stewardship over scaling. That's at number one that just came out of this. We had, on the most recent survey, there were 348 individual and unique respondents. 74 of them did the survey in its entirety, every single question. So we feel like we got a good consensus there of what's going on in Blanco. But just to hit a couple of these, the courthouse square functions both as civic anchor and symbolic art. The community is built through informal gathering and family, not curated tourist programming. It was and most of what you'll see in this is things that are well above 50% consensus on that. So the next slide, the path to resilience. This is just a sample of some of those survey questions, and these are the ones that are, well, maintain small town charm and historic character. 70%, 68% improve infrastructure, water, roads, wastewater. Protect open space and natural areas. That's 59%. Parks and trails, top facility priority. Parks and trails. So 75% consensus amongst the community. Water lines was the top infrastructure investment. And small town charm tourism, best fits Blanco. Small town charm was an 80% response. 91% responded they support nature-based and balanced flood situations. Very little appetite for pure engineered water control solutions. So the nobody concrete capture ponds here. So we can avoid that. You can go to the next slide if you would. This talks about the stakeholder insights. The people that were have a 25 group of volunteers, over 12 or more at each of our meetings, and they would all participate. And while I like the wording of this potential draft, and that's some of the most recent work we did, but this is a EBF, and I will say that's our consultant, that's our contractor, this positioning work. They've done a great job of being unbiased and capturing real depth and brief tangent on that. Their first moves before they did any surveys was interviewing community members and the verbal histories at the library, capturing that. That can become part of our master plan. And interviewing for historical purposes and really one-on-one with many of the community members. Her group did that, Elizabeth Barcel for EBF as the name of the company. But the visioning is a living document that should drive the entire place. I don't want to read word for word here, but growth, there's 6 kind of visioning stakeholder insights that she picked up from these 25 volunteers. The growth is coming, let's define it. The conservative projection, so 17% growth over the next 10 years. Opinions are it's likely closer to 30, and some of the data shows, and this community wants to drive the current growth and not react to it. That's why this work is important. Prioritize local enterprises, residents and incentives that prioritize local developers, makers, and small businesses over outside speculation. That was a big theme among the volunteers, the 25 or so that are driving this effort. Local first should be defined precisely in the guiding principles, including pathways for homegrown growth on existing. Protecting the water for Rivershed was huge. That was a common theme. Walkability and accessibility, an important distinction emerged with walkability infrastructure, sidewalks, crosswalk scale, should be considered along with some of the elderly traffic infrastructure to a certain location is required. That came up in our last vision. And talking about the walkability is especially important with the state parks' current car-centric relationship to downtown on Highway 281. So walkability in and out of the state parks is such a big part of our downtown is a recurring thing. Measure what matters. This is an important takeaway. This is from our last vision. This seemed to be a room full of consensus on this issue. The 2004 master plan failed because it was never measured. Stakeholders called for Blanco-specific dashboard tracking historic preservation, local business support, water health, dark sky quality, and intergenerational stability.
And so for all the goals that come out, on this master plan, they're looking for accountability and measurement. So this was become, I've used several times, another dusty binder on the shelf. Really hold future councils accountable for driving what the citizens of today put forth as the consensus of 10 to 15-year goals. That's the heaviest part that we're kind of closing to the meat that came out of this. In our last visioning session, we took the surveys, the original surveys, all the historical data and interview surveys that EDF had done, and the most recent survey, and tried to come up with a vision statement. So those of you who were in that meeting will recall that we had 2 or 3 choices. Yeah, what, how, and why. We're going to try to capture that into one visioning statement. I know many of us have been in the corporate world with the boring mission statements on the walls or just a plaque nobody pays attention to. But what we'd like to do is have this built into guiding principles. So you can see the what, how, why, and how. There was a great participation a couple of weeks ago at the old 300 where we had this volunteer group. And well, I like the word, this sentence from number 1, and I like this one from number 3, can we combine it? So we worked through that for a couple of hours and came up with these what, how, and why. They're now encapsulated what, how, and why into this vision statement you see. Blanco is a unique hill country town where our river, history, and generations of families shape a deeply rooted sense of place by honoring our heritage, supporting local enterprise and spaces that connect people to each other, nature, to ensure Blanco's distinctive character and community thrive for generations. So that's a result of really with about this many folks here saying what they did like, what they didn't like, and combining several ideas into this. And the next step from that was used to get to our guiding principles are the 8 superpowers of Blanco. What makes Blanco that only Blanco holds? What's really unique about Blanco? And those are things we want to foster and protect and keep together as we develop this 10 to 15-year master plan. So the 8 superpowers, I'll just hit a couple of river run throughs that's apparent. Historic downtown is more than a square. It's a walkable anchor. 1886 courthouse. Makers of the spirits of Blanco, breweries, distilleries, a superpower, wineries, quilters, potters, artists, musicians, and restaurateurs. Craft as culture and economy. That's some of the language that was pulled out of this last visioning session. Nature is an everyday backdrop. Like Town Creek, mature tree canopy, pristine dark skies, etc. Places that keep us together. There's our park, courthouse, Twin Sisters. These are gathering places, and that's a true social word that was going through as we kept talking about these superpowers and our guiding principles was what is special about Blanco is the small town authenticity. That word kept coming up from visitors. It just so authentic. That's what we need to protect. Hill country as it used to be. The rest of the hill country morphs into sprawling, semi-rural suburbs. Blanco holds something rare. Part of the hill country, authentic. Every decision we make going forward. Engaged steward-led community, active civic leadership, and residents who believe Blanco is something to steward, not scale. So let's focus on stewardship, not scale. The will to protect what works in Blanco as Blanco's rarest asset. That gets us to the meat of this, the guiding principles, and that's one reason this is so important for this master plan. Is when we have our Blankford, our consultant, that's really writing the rules of Blanco and all this, and following the GLO emergency response and all that stuff. We want to layer in this what the citizens want. And the guiding principle, all those decisions made in land use and planning and zoning and EDC and codes and compliance issues should be weighed against these guiding principles. So this is the near final draft of this. Protect before you transform. Resilience begins with stewardship. 2, design for residents first. If it works for Blanco families, it will work for visitors, not the other way around. So let's design for residents first. Treat water as identity and infrastructure. The river and the creek are ecological systems, civic space, and cultural narratives. And so let's plan for you. Keep it small, layered, and local. That is one of the guiding principles that's risen to the top. Incremental growth, adaptive reuse, and local enterprise define Blanco's strength. So that's one of my favorites. Measure success by continuity. This was a big thing, there was frustrations that we went through this work in 2004. It got dusted off in another visit in 2015, the previous master plan. But in 2018, they determined that less than 50% of those goals had been touched, even been addressed. So that was a large frustration from our visioning group of these stakeholder volunteers. So the measure by success and continuity, we have to measure it over time. Develop a Blanco specific dashboard tracking historic building preservation, local business support, talent retention, insurance quality, and intergenerational stability, making success measurable, not just aspiration. Intergenerational thing was important because part of the services, the elder care kept coming up as a need for services. But I was talking about that one of the goals of this volunteer group and many of the respondents on the survey was a multi-generational community. And that's defined two ways. One is multiple generations of the same family. And the community is healthy for all periods of life. Young families live here, and new families move back to Blanco after they finish it, after they started, and people retire in Blanco and stay in Blanco before the state. So it's multi-generational. So those are the guiding principles in the final draft. Wow. I'm supposed to be almost finished. These are the kind of principles. The implications for planning, putting it all together. The side of the action, I've got two more slides I want to read. I think that most of this speaks for itself. We've covered much of that. Next step is where the council gets involved. And again, in tandem with starting the actual drafting of the plan, it's going to be, this vision will be part of it. But the next step would be, one, ratify the vision statement. So please, I encourage the council, read this, if there's verbiage you want to change, if you think there's something missed, that's something that should be expanded. Put his input now. Confirm the superpowers that also the this body that can kind of guess what agrees with this, and this is us ratifying our guiding principles. I hope that it would be that could be done in June or July, because we'll be doing the draft of the UBC land use plan, et cetera, and have that near second or third draft by August or September. So it's best, in many opinions, that this vision statement and guiding principles are given to them when they start that work. They're going to start doing the UBC by June and July. So if we can ratify this, if the council can ratify this, says yes, we stand by this as our guiding principles and vision statement, and then it's integrated as a main part of the master plan, we're going to teach that. So our consultant Langford, they meet well, but many of the cities, they do these specific plans in order to understand. When we take the Smithville plan and move it to another town, change the plans. We talked to them about it. We insist all on this is Blanco's plan. It's the important first work. So the council, I would also ask to take action and say, yes, we want this integrated. The last takeaway on this was as part of the conversation of you go to the next one. And I know this for this meeting, it may not be everybody's favorite word. It came up with steps in place to make sure future councils are and every new administration, every May doesn't put it on a shelf. What's going to be the mechanism? A couple of people in this room were some of the vocal ones that said, how are we going to ensure that future councils are going to pay attention? And what has been recommended by many folks that have done this before, and through the Hill Country Alliance friends, many of these cities that have done this, they hand that to an economic development organization. there are concerns in this town that they need to be accountable to council. So that's what this slide's about, is one of the EBS recommendations here, and there's, the EBS, Elizabeth has several examples of how this has worked elsewhere to really hold a 10-year plan together, is to set up an economic development organization that's accountable to the council. And they're charged with following these guiding principles. And they would, 1, 2, and 3 on here: support local enterprise, unlock funding programs, find grants and funding. And number 3, which is one of the most important, is recruit vision aligned, the guiding principles, recruit business aligned development and industry that fits Blanco's vision and guiding principles, and respectively turn away from what does not fit Blanco's guiding principles. And the EDO can do that and survive every May election without this being whipsawed and windsawed by the administrations. That's all I have. So, I may come pick it up at some point. Thanks for my bathroom.
Well, I'll put the silver part.
And
Yeah, hang on.
we're not gonna go with what.
I'm self-conscious carrying it out of that.
Good question. Just to confirm, correct me if I'm wrong, you no longer have a current city council member as a stakeholder.
Right.
But, on new business, I believe item number 2 tonight, will you be requesting the assignment?
I think that's important. And I think it's important, yes, because people get concerned about change and get concerned about long-term plans. It's important to take care of this is going to be the citizens. Yes. But the DTF has done a very excellent job of being unbiased and gathering facts. So I think a council liaison makes perfect sense to converse and with the council, bring ideas back to the council. The 25 or so stakeholder group is not really a committee. We don't take action. We just sit around, brainstorm, talk like this. And so it's a kind of a loose version of a commission. But it would be important to have a council member.
You're part of that. If you're asked to suggest anybody, I heard the council member there. Just throwing that out there. All right.
You guys here that have been part of this stakeholder group.
I'm just kidding.
That's inspirational. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation.
And I believe we probably moved it back on the website.
That is already on board.
Okay.
Well, it's in the packet, which is on the website, but it'll be also placed on the comprehensive master plan site.
Yeah, it's ready for its final edits, and they don't get any grass thrown on it.
Don't always. Okay, so we're going to books. Move like to the consent agenda. We had four consent agendas. These were some of the old minutes that we had corrected or had there were
One wasn't listed on the agenda, so it will not be included. One required correction, and then the ones for April will still be conflicting.
so we can approve them individually, or if we need to correct something else, or we can approve them as a whole.
Correct. Well, I will get the ball moving here. And with the acknowledgement that there was one of these meetings I was not present at, but I would move that we accept the 4 consent agenda items with a couple of just friendly edits. On consent agenda item number 2, this is just hoping it can be noted that I was absent. It's absolutely correct. It didn't list me, but I just want you to know that. And then the only other issue I had was on consent agenda agenda item number 4. This would be, under the executive session portion of the minutes, old business item number 1, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Blanco, Texas, confirming existing municipal services provided for a wastewater service. It reads plant. I think we need plan.
Plan.
Just pull that T up over that word. Small correction, but it's important. That's all I have.
That's what we plan.
Yeah, yeah, obviously, but I also went through.
Thank you.
So I would say that we approve the 4 consent agenda items with those 2 friendly edits.
Was gonna say, do Mike else have any questions? Okay, so I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor? Vote? No? All of it? All four? Okay, fine. Old business number 1. Everyone's favorite. Consideration, discussion, take possible action or approval of allowing a 0 lot line on property located at 115 Blanco Avenue.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Council. So this is a request for a variance. Let's talk about where this is. This is Mount Storage. It has been a storage facility since around 2000. It's on Blanco Avenue. It's behind, basically behind it is the city yard. And then on both sides are commercial entities, the counties on the west, on the east side. And then across the street, there are a couple of residential, Miss Moore lives there in the caddy corner. There's two different apartments on Blanco Avenue. And then further to the west, there's the Lowe's area. So it's commercial and some residential. This facility has been here since it's at about 2000, and it has been a storage facility. The storage facility itself has improved since Mount Storage has taken over. They've cleaned it up. There may be still a few things such as lighting and some other things that we're working with them on still, but it has improved. There are 2 different issues, and I want to first of all thank Ms. Moore for bringing up the issues of the zoning, because zoning is a separate issue from the variance. We'll talk about the variance, and then we'll talk about the zoning and specific use. So, and that's part of the public hearing process. As you learn things, city administrator, planner, council doesn't live there. People who live there, and the people that own the property should also understand it better than you. But having talked about that, what they wanted to do was have a 0 lot line. The zoning of C1 and the building line is at 35 foot. That's what our ordinance is. Whether that's, you think it's accessible or not, that's the actual ordinance. And so without a variance, they won't be able to do anything on that. That's essentially what they're trying to do right here. So there have been some back and forth about whether they're originally planning commission looked at doing a 5-foot building line, and then they had talked about possibly doing something which would be like, I don't know where I put this here, but it would be a, it'll look like an overhang. I'm not sure where it is, but essentially you put the sticks in the back where there's a 5-foot building line, so that you could actually get something back there like a fire hose. But that the overhang, which would be the roof, would actually go to the 0 lot line. And so they
To
just
that fence line.
to back fence line, correct. But so that you could actually fight fires to the back. And so that was the idea. So that in itself is the variance. Variances are about whether there's a hardship or not. Generally, we don't look at economic as a hardship. What I will say is that this is a storage facility, probably always will be. It will be whether you give them the variance or won't. But there's an idea of is this something that you want to approve? So let's get back now to the zoning portion. The zoning portion, which we were not made aware of. We were not aware of at the time. The application did not address the zoning, and so the zoning it's C1, which a storage facility is not allowed. Self-storage is actually a C1 that would have to have a special use permit. So what should have probably happened was that issue should have probably been addressed at the same time as the variance. Just to say, approve the variance, don't approve the variance, they still can't build until they actually address the issue of the zone. Okay, so what is currently there now has been what we call a non-conforming use, grandfathering, I mean, what you understand that. But our ordinance is very clear that you can't add to the non-conforming use. So in other words, if you had a non-conforming use, let's say you had RV storage or you did something like that, you can't add to it. It's just non-conforming. You can currently do what you have. You can currently stay as that business, but you can't add to that non-conforming use. So when Planning Commission, when P&Z looked at this, they had issues with the fact that there was a non-conforming use and they didn't want to add. Their reason to deny the variance was because of the fact that they didn't want to add a non-conforming use. What I will say is, and that's fine if you want to do that. What I'm saying though is that even if you approve the variance tonight or don't approve it, they would still have to address the issue of adding to non-conforming use, which would mean they would have a special use permit, which would also require another public hearing. With the public hearing, or go to P&Z to come back to you. So whatever you do tonight, you would still have a second part to this, which would be to address the zone. That was a mouthful. So P&Z's recommendation was to deny the variance, and it was due to the issue of the non-conforming use. So I know I said a lot, but is there questions about what I said, what you have before?
So your options are either deny the variance or approve the variance subject to approval of a special use permit to correct the issue presented on non-conforming use. If you've got a grandfather use, non-conforming cannot be added onto unless there's a special use. It goes back through the system. It has not gone through the system on that. So you have those two choices tonight. And if you do approve the variance, you want to especially condition it in your motion so that there's no question about that condition when you do that, if you do that tonight. Those are your two options.
Yes.
Or we deny it and it goes back to the P&Z.
If you deny it, and I'll tell you what I think will happen. If you deny it, it's done, and the applicant could ask for the variance again, this time also addressing, so it could come back together.
Yeah.
So you could deny it tonight, and it would be gone. They'd have to repay fees, go through the whole process, and this time they would probably do a variance and the special use permit to address the zoning non-conforming use together. They could do that.
Would that not be the cleaner way to do it?
Be the cleaner way to do it. That's what you want to do.
Well, I'm hesitant to say anything as we have a recent former planning and zoning commissioner sitting up here with us, but I did sit in on that meeting. He'll correct me if I'm wrong. They really thoroughly discussed this issue, and they didn't come to the denial easily, but as I understood it from a member of the audience, they felt like it was the right course of action, given that there's this other step that precludes the variance. So do I have that mostly correct?
Yeah, the issue was when I went with P&Z, we decided that the variance would be denied. Let them, you bring it over to the city, and let it come back like the one Jim was saying, and then hear it again. So that's what we got.
Why are we worrying about the second part when the first part's not even fix, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
We need to get the zoning right first.
So, do we get an opportunity, I just want to make sure, sorry.
Do you want to recognize the
Do we get an opportunity,
owners of the property?
you know, our neighbor got the opportunity to speak, but it sounds like we're gonna get an opportunity to speak before we.
Absolutely.
Yeah, please,
I appreciate it.
please.
Hold up.
Do you mind?
Yes, yeah. Just one more point. I mean, if I understood our backup material, both, our utility company, Infomark, as well as the police department preferred not to have the zero lot line.
They did prefer to not have it.
It said, prefer to have a 5 foot, stop the building at 5 feet. With the overhang,
Well, I don't know. That's
that's right.
So and Danny can speak for himself, but Public Works had looked at it, had wanted the full 5 feet, didn't want the overhang, and neither did the police department. They didn't state specifically why. And from an administration standpoint, it's not a real big deal to, when I'm looking at it, whether it's a 5 foot or a 0, as long as it can be serviced. I mean, I'm gonna say it this way. We're really talking about a storage facility. I get why they want a 0 with the overhang to work. You know, you're already talking about a 35 foot building line, you're going down to 5. From administration standpoint, it doesn't matter to me either way, 5 or 0. But you're correct, those two departments won't prefer 5.
right, but the fire department, they seem to think it's okay to have
Yeah.
that overhang.
They said that was fine. I actually.
That's the one that to me
Talking-
seems like they would actually need that access.
As long as you can get the hose back there, you don't have a problem.
You can get that, I mean, I'm a fire truck driver, never driven. I guess 16. But you basically,
Assume correctly. I
you
don't know
can
if
get, that's the reason we want, you can get a fire truck based on our civil engineer study back there, and you only need a 30-foot run on hose. So right, that's what I imagine when we were.
Can you state your name so that,
Yeah,
so
I
that
mean, and I don't even know, so.
No, that's
my name
okay.
is Matthew Shaw. I own Mount Storage. We have 10 locations. I'll say this, you know, I'm a bit taken back, candidly. We bought this facility a few years ago. You know, look, let's not call it what it was. You guys had a onerous owner in that property. It was not all the things that Mr. McClung alluded to, doing Blanco any favors. Fair enough. And so I would appreciate saying we somewhat improved the property. I mean, 5'8", I did deadlifted 400 pounds getting that thing clean. So I think a little bit, and again, I appreciate y'all's time, but I have a 7'6" and 2-year-old. I'm not local to Blanco, but I live west of Austin. My wife is in New York. I came out here twice now, and I'm trying to get the temperature of the city of Blanco to see if y'all want a good steward. I have 10 locations statewide. Ms. Peterson came with me. You can look up our rating at this particular facility is 4.9. We have taken everything. I would wish Ms. Moore would reach out to me directly as Ashland personally. We changed all the lights today down to compliant. We had our electrician out there swapping. We have trained all the ones underneath the parking. Having reset down to 33,000 lumens on the other stuff. They're all downward dark sky compliant. So as far as stewardship, I take it extremely serious. I also take it serious in running my business. And so you're not the only municipality that I've ever run into that wanted to play ping pong ball with our time and our resources. So no.
We're volunteers as well. So forgive me, this is the first time I'm hearing from you. But our time is valuable as well.
Amen.
I'd like you to back that up a little bit.
Okay, but amen. But I'm not gonna then come back out. Well, okay. Mr. Blanco.
Well, forgive me, but so you're asking for an exception to how the property was in place when you purchased it, correct? There was no storage buildings back there.
As you see it, is a property, the footprint is what we purchased, correct?
Right. So you're asking for something in addition to what was on the ground when you purchased the property, yes?
So you're saying.
Sure. You're requesting something, you're requesting allowance to do something that is different from the property as it was when you purchased it. There were no buildings on the back side of the property when you purchased it, correct? So you are asking for something in addition to the property as you purchased it. So I would like you to remember that.
Okay, I'd like to.
If you're coming at this the wrong direction, I gotta tell you.
So it's fine. So what my other thing is that, hey, if I'm coming out here today to understand, and we've been talking to Mr. SB of link, is that, hey, look, this setback line is an indication to me as another property, because we have to steward many properties, right? This is not just one property. Everyone looks and says, oh, it's a for-profit business. This property is, as we talked with what's Tony's last name?
Fidel.
What is it?
Fidel.
Fidel at the county appraisal district. You keep coming back to me and say, Mr. Fidel, we can't, the rents here just aren't for it. They value commercial properties, you know, on revenue, right? And so as Ms. Moore alluded to, our covered parking spots are full. The rest of them are not. We're at like 60% occupancy in the driveway. There's a clear demand for covered parking. And I would assume that Mrs. Moore, who lives across the property, would want all those parking.
But you didn't buy a parking lot. Let's just be clear about that.
Most storage units, we have most other storage facilities, we have 9 locations, this is our Texas. We have covered parking on those things as well. And most self-storage facilities, you look at public storage, they offer parking as well.
Did you investigate the idea?
Like, so if you let me finish, I'll get where you clearly, I apologize, but again, I just want the opportunity to speak. So if we can't get the setback granted today, our plan is to say, we've actually talked about, okay, we'll put it up for sale and let somebody else deal with it. That's where we're at. It's not, I know you don't know, it's not personal, but we're trying to steward the property. There's clear demands for covered parking in Blanco. As Mr. McClung alluded to, we take stewardship seriously. You do a heck of a job. Are we perfect? Absolutely not. But I take it seriously. We run a good product. If there is covered parking demands in Blanco, where does the city of Blanco want those people to store the vehicles? I assume it's not on the streets of Blanco, correct?
Well, I think that what was discussed, it would be in a commercial industrial zone. But yeah, you're in a commercial zone with an industrial overlay, is that right?
Yes, but I see it's way more.
I didn't interrupt you, ma'am. So I didn't. We, in good faith, adjusted the lights down. I would appreciate council just think, what we're trying to do is put more covered parking. The parking we have back there now is uncovered. And so, as Mr. Was it Diaz Francis, is that his name, the prior owner, right? We removed all those junky vehicles. I mean, it's not, if anybody's driven by it, you've seen it. It's maintained well. I mean, above most standards, compared to any other self-storage building we drive by anyway. We have those lights here. It's only that. All the lights pointing down, dark sky compliant. And so what we're trying to do is meet the demand of the citizens of Blanco for long-term, storage, get those vehicles off the streets. And so we're asking, where will they go? Will they go to industrial? I don't know if that is that far to be able to say Blanco. I have. And as Mr. SB alluded to, there are other steps into this process. We're not asking for a building permit. We're not building tomorrow. What we're asking for is just moving a setback line against that line, because that's the first step. And Mr. SB can allude to, Ms. Piercy has done everything is necessary as far as the administrative role to submit the correct paperwork. I never knew Mrs. Moore had any issues with the property. And again, we're compliant. If we need to put up black screens on the fence to provide that, as per UDC updated, but we are grandfathered prior to UDC 2020 because the property was constructed prior to 2020. So yes, we buy properties all the time, Mr. Phil.
But you're asking for a non-compliant use. We just need to recognize that.
Right now, all we're asking for is a setback.
Right.
Not that will not enable us to do any type of use.
And as we've learned, there's another step yet that has to happen before that happens.
I mean, there's always steps to do. Absolutely.
I'm glad you recognize that.
So if I can interject, with the calendar, I just want to give you information. This is not necessarily fighting one way or the other, but if either way, whether it's the variance and the SCP, which is the zoning, they still have to submit. If we could actually get all the paperwork in that's happened, you would actually, you would hear on June 1st, you would actually hear on June 9th. So whether you approve the variance tonight or not, with the second part, nothing would actually get approved as far as making this a complete project until June 9th. So that is the calendar, and I'm not guiding either way.
Now, you had a lot far longer than 3 minutes, but I see.
Yeah.
Sure.
You want to say something?
Says that time on.
Right.
3 minutes.
I just want to speak to you regarding what I said. I tried to do mine in 3 minutes and I got cut off. He was up there much longer than that. Let me tell you. The reason that I'm protesting yesterday, he's putting large vehicles back there that's never been around before. It has to go to an industrial zone. We got lots of industrial zones around here. We don't have to put this in front of a residential property and apartments and people that are going up and down that street. In addition, these large vehicles, and he's going to put 18 more spots in. They're doing a non-compliance right up front. That should never have been there anyway. It should have been removed. The thing about it is, you put these large vehicles in there, go look at the road. They've already torn the road up. How many times do you want to fix it? Oh, we've got a police department and we've got an ambulance and we've got a fire department right down the street. How's that going to be back and forth when you tear that road up? And look at the potholes all over town. This is ridiculous. They can put additional self-storage units all across the back and they don't have to have, they have a 15-foot setback. That's permitted. I don't know why we're making something very difficult out of this when they're asking for a non-compliance use that's detrimental to our city streets. Thank you.
Her comment.
Sure.
And just so we add some clarity to the situation, when you commented during public comments. When we have an issue on the agenda and the property owner is here and their property is part of the agenda. They're limited to the entire amount of time that the mayor feels to deliver them. And I just want to make sure that that's clear, that if I were to come in here as a property owner, or Mr. Palmer's been in here as a property owner, and that's some pretty heated issues that we've had to deal with, I would be sad to think that a property owner would be limited to only 3 minutes.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Councilman Burke.
Yes, sir.
Now, the recommendation of
Mayor, the reason I did not tell Warren why I objected to that and requested a 5-foot setback, but I will say it now. Because with a zero line setback, he could build right on the fence line. He's storing other people's property in there, meaning their home, RVs, trailers, stuff like that. We have a city yard that backs up to me. I have to look out for the best interest of the city itself. If something was to occur that a vehicle, one of our vehicles, was to damage the building or the contents within, now we're looking at, an issue that falls on the police department if we didn't speak up.
So Chief, how do you feel about this idea of the roof line going all the way down?
I don't really care about the roof line, except for they need to remember that the city yard or the city employees do use cranes and, equipment that go up in the air. So they need to take that into consideration too. Because if one of those guys just isn't paying attention or something and they hit the roof line, that could be damaged. And he does that fall on.
And the vehicle underneath it.
Right.
Even if the poles are set back 5 feet, look, the reality is the vehicles to the fence line. I mean, it's just a zero line. I mean, either way, it's a zero line.
Do you have any closing remarks?
Yeah, I mean, I have pictures of the city yard. They store stuff right up on the fence. Like that, we've asked many times the city if they could. There's I don't know, Mr. Esky, you can zoom in. But to your point, Chief, is that you can see the city. I mean, again, even the county over here, we talked to the county commissioner and have had some fence repairs done together symbiotically. And the city, and again, yeah, I mean, your property, trust me, in self-storage, things get hit all the time.
Right.
Dollars are my
But
best friend.
let me ask you one thing. If a property owner, say an RV owner, has their
That's right.
in there,
Yeah.
the RV owner may not even come after you, but they may come after the city for the
Well,
damages.
But
And
again,
so those are
If
just
I may
things
speak
I
to
have
that?
to.
yeah, Ms. Pierce was.
Sorry. We use the TSSA lease, and there are actually provisions about a separate addendum to the lease that states it holds harmless the property owner and its surrounding neighbors as well. Each vehicle does has to be properly registered in working compliance and have insurance on it. You know, these are heavily vetted vehicles. And our intent is boats, RVs, storage trailers, not industrial outside storage. So it's not going to be cranes or diggers or anything larger than just a commercial kind of vehicle.
I mean, that's what we store
Yeah.
on our side.
But that's not our intent either.
Right.
And as far as, you know, weight capacities of the roads, that road is already being used for those type of vehicles, as it said. But, and again, we're just trying to see if this is feasible. Will the city engage a 0 or 5 foot setback to the pole lot line before we really go down the road and invest money into developing plans and, you know, but if it's this much feedback, you know, if we can't come to an agreement and, you know, we talked earlier about there's 13 to 30% growth projected. You know, this storage facility needs to grow to meet the demand of the citizens of Blanco. It is a safety concern when someone parks their RV on a public road. You know, it could very easily be moved into a secure, managed facility that, you know, we track insurance, we track who's there, we track how many times they're in and out of the gate. You know, we have eyes on these vehicles. And, you know, we want to expand, we want to grow, we want to improve Blanco, but all we've gotten is pushback on, we can't do that. But we've received absolutely no code violations. We've received absolutely no communication regarding our lights or any of the other citizens' concerns. We've taken proactive measures at one mention of our lighting not being code compliant to immediately correct that. And they found 4 lights that weren't code compliant that were swapped out this morning. And then we took a picture, which I have here. I can show you that the 28 wall mounted lights are set to that lowest setting that is dark sky compliant. You know, we are trying to be good stewards. And I love Matt, but he's a hothead. So as the woman of the partnership, I will speak and just ask, please, you know, can we get to an agreement to move forward? You know, we will address the zoning, we will address the building permits, we will address the current UDC code. We're not changing anything with the existing buildings. We're adding on a separate building that will be up to this UDC code. This is just the first step of, can we, or does the city of Blanco not want us as operators? And we're to the point.
I don't think that we're trying to say that. I
Not
know
the best
probably it must feel that way, but that's really not what we're saying.
Yeah. Again, we have 10 self-storage facilities, and you know, some of them it's a drop of the hat. You just submit a building plan and it goes right through. This is one of the most contentious things on just, can we? Again, we've presented no building plans, we've presented no things. None of our stuff is out of compliance. We believe we are a good neighbor. But you know, we don't want to live in a contentious world. So that is our ask, is just please, can we move on to the next step?
Yeah, I think it's a more clerical thing that there's 2 things that need to be done.
And we will address that.
And
If we know with conviction, we can build what we want.
well, no, I can't. This is.
But what
It's
meets
gonna
the
be-
demand?
it's gonna be
Consumer.
into-
That's right. So there's a lot of green space. It's 2 acres, a lot of green space. It needs to be fully utilized. And so if we don't think the city's just gonna sit there and let us, you know, meet the demands, you know, in a wise way, we're not just going and saying, hey, let's build 100,000 square feet right across from this more. We can't fit, but it's like, hey, let's phase out. Where's the city of Blanco need demand right now? Okay, let's build that product as a storage facility, not as an industrial, not having, you know, cheap, no, we don't allow tractors. We don't have a single tractor in any of our facilities. We have a place around this pass. Obviously, a lot of people go fishing down there. And it does have storage and, you know, parking outdoors. And that's what we're trying to offer. But if we're saying, hey, all this extra space is gonna sit dormant for many, many years because it's so hard to develop in the city of Blanco, then we are finite, right? We have finite resources, and so we have to direct our efforts elsewhere. And that's what our concern is.
How long have you been working on this?
For about 6 months.
Months. And again, you didn't do any legwork before you purchased the property, just so this was possible.
So Mr. Oki, so let me give you a little background. Do you know the prior owner by chance?
We didn't have years together, but
Okay, so he went to foreclosure, and
I'm aware of the situation.
they had sheriffs in the courthouse
I'm aware,
with guns drawn.
I'm aware, sir.
I buy distressed assets in Texas. I've never seen anything like that. He still sends crazy emails too. 60 parties every week. So
Can you contest to that?
this is not,
Sure,
this is not like, this was not a.
Okay,
Yeah.
This is the zoning issue.
okay.
Like, can you go to your aerial view again? I'd just like to confirm history if we're going through that. I've been in Blanco a while, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Susan, Susan, you can help me with this. When the original part of the complex was built, it was pre-99, pre-current UDC grandfathered in, correct? From what I understand, what I remember, these buildings out front, the open air buildings.
2016,
2016.
correct. The current UDC code was adopted November 10th, 2020.
Correct, but even
But even before that, it was still the same way. And as a matter of fact, you have pictures. I gave them to Warren, send me.
those
when we begin
buildings,
to
those
line
buildings
it.
were not permitted
They
at
were
the
not
time
permitted,
of
and they were
building.
not there.
They were not something that was allowed. Not that we're raising an issue with that now, but I'm just letting you know that those were unpermitted and unallowed buildings that were built on the site during our, maybe not our current UDC that was adopted in 2020, but we had a UDC in place at that time, and that was not allowed.
Right,
So we're
and
not-
issue us a code
I don't want to
violation.
raise the issue with that, but now we move on to this. I know that's not fault, but it's a real issue that we're dealing with. Second thing is asking for a variance on back lot lines as precedence. When we do that in a commercial zone, it's my belief that we legally set a precedent moving forward that other people in the same condition as yours, or commercial piece of property can come forward and ask for a similar thing. We don't want to, I don't want to lead to a situation where now we are just adjusting every commercial piece of property and just starting our UDC. I, as a council member, would be more inclined if somebody were to come forward and ask for a special use permit, which would only go, correct me if I'm wrong, with that particular landowner. If it's sold, the new owner has to come in and apply for a new special use permit.
I heard that last month, remember?
Correct.
With the park.
You may want to make sure. I would be more inclined to approve something like that. Now, I also want to recognize an issue is how much is the fee to apply for a variance? How much do they have to pay to have this done? Isn't it about $750 fee?
Yeah, I think it was $800 plus, the $950 per, certified copy and $100 for, I think in total it was like $900.
Now, hypothetically, if we were to not approve this tonight or deny this, and they would come back and want to apply for a special use permit and deal with it in a manner, are they going to be recharged all of those?
They would be recharged everything unless council wants to waive all the fees except for what the city would have to pay for, which is $100.
Warren, could you scroll to page 53?
But the answer, yes, I can do that. But the answer would be, yes, they would have to pay that again. The city wouldn't want to pay for the $100 for the newspaper ad and the other reimbursement. So it'd be about $200.
Council could minimize that
Yes, sir.
economic value. Yeah.
I won't do that to council. So you said what page, what?
53. The application we filled out is an application for variance request owner / applicant information rezoning / special use. Oh, one more up. Sorry. That's cover 1 page at the top.
And then to address your second concern on page 59, 213 Chandler Street is approved with a similar setback encroachment. And that is on our same street, already approved by the council, already set a precedent.
Application for various requests.
It's just a variety of options they can choose
Yeah.
from. It's just a form that does multiple actions.
Right, but they didn't ask,
But it was indicated specifically that they were asking for.
it was just the variance. Yes, I understand that that's the form, and maybe we need to change the form, but they didn't ask for the rezone. So, I mean, council can direct staff to reduce the fee and do this as quickly as we can so we get back on the agenda for June.
But what they're asking for is, if all that is done, would we be open?
Well, that's a new question.
Well, it's also, I mean, generally, it's in this back to planning and zoning.
We send it back to planning and zoning. And it's a brand new application, it's just a fee that we're talking about, a brand new application. Brand new, put an ad in the newspaper, send it up to, residents again. I mean, it has to be the whole thing again. And I can't guess what council will do.
I can't guess what PMZ would do, but I can say, if that were to come back in front of me again, I'd be inclined to consider approving it, because it's a special use permit that could go away if that property owner decides to sell. Two, the buildings he's asking to build are temporary cell buildings. They're not a slab permanent structure that is affixed there no matter what's moving. I don't know if any of the rest of the council has a choice whether or not. Don't have to, but that's
The idea of reducing their fees,
It's just that, we want to get to know you a little bit more.
3 years of taking care of, Mr. McClung, I take stewardship very seriously. Every day, I don't even like all. So
Okay,
I'm glad we have
however,
it.
you will have to plant blue bonnets.
I agree with Mr. Moses, and kudos on what you've done with that property,
Amen.
but I still agree with Mr. Moses. I do not like the fact of giving you a variance without the zoning that's only allowed for you. I don't like the fact that if we approve a 0 lot line and then you decide to sell it tomorrow, then they can go to the next property owner.
Well, the only thing is that I would say, and I guess my question to that is, let's say we build these structures and we're not adding 18 more spots. We want them back and put it back in 18 spots.
18 total.
So like, let's say we have now 18 customers, right? And you have your RV there, Mr. Barons, right? And we're like, hey, God forbid something happens to me, right? And I own not storage. I'm just, Ms. Pearson works on open team amongst a handful of other people, but I don't expect my wife to then get into the self-storage business, right? Yeah, she probably wouldn't want her. She'd probably be closer to Caesar than me. Wouldn't want her here, but as far as my storage, like, hey, it's a good product, right? Like, you make Blanco better. Every city we go into, like getting to the facility, I think everybody's like, man, you've made our town better because we see it for it. And I'd like to please 100% of people all the time. Unfortunately, I can't being a hothead of experience. So my question to you is that, hey, if we get 18 slots back there, and they are temporary structures, as Mr. Moses alluded to, that because they're not going to be, they'll have pervious cover, but even road base. So again, to help with the natural drainage that Mr. McClung alluded to. Does that mean if we sell it, that those 18 customers, now we have to rip all that out, and those 18 customers have to be found in new places toward you see what I'm doing?
I believe the process would be the potential buyer of the property would be allowed to come in and apply for the SUP.
Okay.
An extension of the
During
SUP prior to purchasing the property.
Fair, that's fair.
just doesn't run with the land.
Oh, fair enough, okay, understood.
But they would be allowed to apply for it.
My biggest concern is again, Mr. Drocula, yeah, you're volunteer, so thank you for your time. And, I'm not, Mr. Piercy is obviously, I just don't want to play the back and forth 100 times and find, now it's been waste y'all's time, but then coming out here is that, hey, I want to make sure is there alignment to seeing this expanded as it's needed with the growth of Blanco in a wise way? And
We can say no tonight, I mean, just be
Yeah.
done with it, just so you know, I mean, that could happen, that's what you're asking. You want this to be streamlined, that could happen.
Is that if we can expand it in a way that works for everybody, especially consumer and citizens of Blanco that want and seeing what the demand is, that's all we're trying to do.
Yes, anyone want to put forth a motion?
A motion to deny the zero setback. But if he decides to do the rezoning, that we waive maximum fees allowed for the re-permit process, if he decides to, just save him some money. And then, those are things then it comes back to us, when it comes back to us. But I'd like Mr. Moses, said, we need to fix the zoning for before the zero lot line. So however you want to type that up.
So I said, deny the variance, but waive the maximum allowed fees.
If he decides to reapply.
If he decides to reapply for a special use permit.
I think that's a fantastic motion, Councilmember Barron's. It doesn't address his concern of whether we will actually.
For who really knows until it comes back around us. He's got a good idea of what Mr. Moses is not.
Yeah.
At least for everyone else.
Yeah.
It's a gamble.
Yeah.
You go to Vegas to gamble.
Fair enough.
You physically can't turn into the property if there's zero.
Any clarity that we can get as a stakeholder in the city of Blanco.
Okay.
Can we don't.
It has the turning radius.
I have a motion. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Motion, can you second? I'll second.
I have a motion, second, all those in favor? That. Denied. Denied plus the waiving. Yeah. Everyone. Okay. Consideration, discussion, we have possible action on appointing the mayor, pro tem, and Victor Ford for confidential transaction. The mayor pro tem, and then there will be one on your signature.
Please.
And one in case. Someone drops dead or.
Also,
Yeah, we better wait days.
Before you do that, you need to choose the third signature for the account. You know,
Sure.
Nope. They need to be, since they're all listed on the agenda together, we probably need to do them. It can still be Rodney, but we just need to pick us who we need to be
No,
third
no,
signer on
he
the
wants to be the third signer. So.
Phil, would you be willing to be the third signer on the checking account? It's a formality because we require two signatures on each check, but just in case the mayor or the mayor pro tem were not available to check signing on the signature. I know you're available.
Yeah.
Something you'd be willing to do. Okay.
So.
You want to make a motion again, the bill is the third signature. Right, Bill, if you want to.
Do it all.
Yes.
Okay, I make a motion to approve Rodney for pro tem and approve Bill for second, third on Council Blanco.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
I second that.
All those in favor?
I'm abstaining. But I will certainly take the position as council's design.
All those, I guess, everybody voted in favor, I didn't vote. Okay, okay, so,
Thank you, Batman. I appreciate that.
and then your new spot to sit will be up here, okay?
Is that right? Oh,
Is that okay?
yeah, I didn't really like it.
I'll have you guys. Y'all can wait. Okay.
There's any trouble.
Okay, number two, consideration, discussion, take possible action on appointing council liaison to different committees such as historical preservation, streetscape, transportation, CNAC, comprehensive master plan, and platforms.
What about police department? 2 years ago, the police department assigned a city council meeting. Are they still on one? Yes, sir.
I did, well, yeah. But, yeah, one-
Every time on the police
Is
department.
there another question?
It was Bobby's, comprehensive master plan, but she did. We gotta make sure we get them all. Got a streetscape on there too?
I have streets.
Okay. I'll forget
You
that.
want me to give you my idea?
Absolutely.
I was gonna do Brian for historical and streetscape. And Bill for transportation. Let's see, yeah. Rodney for CNA. Me for comprehensive. And Robbie for Hopper. Because Matt's already on, you're already. Those are mine. What?
That's always been ours.
Oh,
PD.
For the PD.
so Matt. Those are mine.
There. MO for the streetscape. H, keep Blanco beautiful in the city required to. Says two liaisons on the streetscape. I don't know why, but that's what it said. That's what it said.
When there's 2 council members, we have it.
I guess.
Ready to drive the hard bargain. She needs to.
Okay, well, who wants to get that? Would y'all nominate somebody for historical?
What's that?
Nominate somebody for historical or have you been historical?
I forget which ones were Baron's on.
4, 7, and 9. 3 days.
I understand, sir. And Herndon is on PD.
Be a great liaison.
Oh, yeah, he's a former police.
Chief said he would be honored if we did that.
What do you think, Jeff?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we still need one more for streetscape is what's being said. Yes.
Got me for streetscape and historic.
Uh-huh.
We need one more out of the streetscape.
A volunteer.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Good point. Anybody.
RKDB.
Perfect.
Streetscape here, streetscape there.
Yeah.
Right? And historical there. And Rodney is CMAC. And who's transportation? Okay, I'm comprehensive and hot guns with what?
You said, CMAC, and you said, I thought you said hot ones too, but I'll take just one.
You think she's one? You want to do hot guns?
It's a fun one. We like it.
Push the art perhaps it.
It's got hot in the title, yeah.
Doesn't mean you have to go to other meetings.
Put my name.
Okay.
You should go to the meetings. You should go to as many meetings as you can. And we all do.
Can we figure out how to put all that in motion?
Well, what I can do is, Kellyanne, you could mark that down, correct? I'd like to move that we assign the council liaison, which is,
Yeah, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? There. Please see that. 9, consideration, discussion, take possible action on the for a 3-year service coverage for the new water plant. And I believe Danny was going to explain this a bit. Or did,
No, I think he gets started.
So looking forward to when we get the permit for the water plant. There's calibrations and testing on all the analyzers that need to be done quarterly, biannually, and annually. We have 15 pieces of equipment that were all provided or sold through Hawk, which is pronounced Hawk. And they're all the analyzing equipment down, check its turbidity, your chlorine level, different parameters that are necessary for the documentation of the facility.
They're the manufacturer.
They're the manufacturer, they're a provider of it. Got in a quotation to do the preventive maintenance on it in the time period that is requested or required, excuse me. And not only by the manufacturer, but for TCEQ when you have the state inspection. The total of that quotation over the 3-year period is $42,900. It does include each year a replacement of one piece of equipment. I don't know the total cost of each equipment. I know there's tens of thousands of dollars for one piece of equipment. So if it does go out, they do replace one per year. So could potentially pay for it.
But that 43 was for 3 years.
That's just the year.
It's not each year.
First year 13,759, second year 14,309, and then 14,881.
That's if you want to bring it down.
Yeah. But these are requirements by TCEQ anyway, so we were going to find some testing equipment. I like the idea that he said that you get at least one free replacement per year.
But they're doing the preventive maintenance, and I can tell you, there's already one piece of equipment, it's a chlorine analyzer that's on the inside, maybe went out, yeah, something went out on it, so, that's how all this started.
Is that covered?
Now, I mean, how long?
This is on the record.
Yeah. When did they finish construction of the water plant? I mean, when did they, it's warranty you once you install the equipment.
Anybody want to speak to this? You're suggesting that we could possibly very much need this, whether that piece of equipment is covered. I understand.
Now, how would this be funded through
It's gonna be through the enterprise fund.
enterprise fund?
But it's not budgeted.
It's not budgeted.
But when does the first payment happen? Next budget cycle? I get that information for you, I don't have that. Okay, and then, well, I guess another question is how much longer? And I know TDCP and the wheels of government in Texas are slow. I mean, but realistically, I don't see us getting a blending permit for another, I would say to the beginning of August. If not, if we're lucky, if we don't have to resubmit samples. Do we need this equipment to get the samples? Just makes sense. Because I'm collecting those in the field. Okay. So I guess my question, we don't need this equipment until we get our permit, right? Until we get the okay from TDCP to go online, okay? That is gonna take a while. When does the new budget start?
New budget starts on. And I'd like to address the funding. So it is true that it's not budgeted. However, when we actually start the water plant, the difference, if we went 100% river, which I know we're not, when we did the math, you're supposed to save about $40,000 a year on using the river water versus buying from Canyon Lake from Texas Water. So there's going to be a savings. Now, you're correct, or whichever council member mentioned, the first $14,000 will probably is going to be out of our enterprise fund, but after that, then it should be covered by the savings we made.
I don't see us.
That's the idea, sir.
Starting the first year of the maintenance until we get our permit. If, let's say we start it next month, and then 4 months later, why pay for something that we don't even have a permit for yet? So I guess my question is, how soon can this company come and inspect our equipment and get us replacements? Whenever we do, or we give you the go ahead. I think. I can verify with Optum and see what their timeline is. I'm just trying to say that if it's gonna be a few months, you know, we could save $2,000-3,000 in the next 2 months.
Maybe we don't start the contact.
I don't think.
I'd like to, know we got to understand, what do they do? I'm sorry, I see this picture of all this stuff on the wall. So are these, like remote sensors?
They're
monitored?
They're inline, monitors. And they're different, several of them. Two of them on there are chlorine analyzers, pre-plant or pre-distribution and post-distribution. And then there's some other analyzers that I don't remember them off the top of my head at the moment, but there's some meters that measure
Are these here?
the dirty, that's all.
This is at our plant.
That's at the plant.
This is at,
That's a picture of your plant.
yeah, this is at our plant.
So there's 15 pieces of equipment in there that will be part of this plan.
So they monitor this and then they can tell us what pieces of equipment in the plant are going south.
On a preventative maintenance plan.
Hey, Rick, Danny, I've got a problem with the company, but earlier when you said everything's a go, remember some time ago, you still have like the clarifier and filters and transfer pumps, they're all working, everything's working now?
All that is on work operation.
Just waiting for the permission to get permission.
Now with this $45,000 for the 3 years, is that coming out of the product fund? Is it coming out of the fees and from operating the water plant?
Council member, the $43,000 over 3 years comes out of the enterprise fund. The hope is that this pays for itself by saving and then using water from the river instead of the lake. But yes, it actually comes out of, you know, user fees enterprise. Yes, sir. Yeah.
You could approve this conditioning execution on issuance of the permit.
Oh.
He's held up until he gets that permit and points to you. It's a done deal.
Well, like it goes to saying that if we do have a major piece of equipment go down, they will give us a loan. Like the maintenance, and it does cover them sending technicians in and out. Is included. You know, I mean, really, it's $13,000 a year for one free piece of equipment replacement. I don't see it being bad. Not at $1,000. I think that's $1,000 a month.
Likelihood of that equipment failing, or one of those pieces of equipment failing is high.
One of those pictures, if we're up and running, say it's 75, 25 into the river. And one of those pieces of equipment goes down, we're second water.
Like they go about. They wouldn't shut the plant down. Reduction of the plant.
Sorry, are you looking for a motion? Feel like Mr. Barron's just stopped. Had a motion.
He was right there.
Yeah.
You're on a roll tonight, so.
Motion to approve it and contingent on start paying for it once we get our permit. So blending. That way, then that's come back to us. I don't think it's $1,000 a month. Yeah, I think that's fair. That's not a bad deal, especially with the savings that we're gonna get. And it is very, that, this equipment in my mind is needed to monitor. I know we can still do it by hand, but then that's manpower, taking away from something else. It goes on and on and on.
I second that motion.
I was gonna say, we're two seconds, take it.
On that.
Very good, very good. Okay. It's actually. What's something really easy?
They're number one.
Mayor.
Sitting through everything. Ally.
Street closure for,
So I think you have a map in your packet. So it's the same as it is every year. So we're asking for street closure starting at 5 o'clock on Thursday, June 4th. From 4th Street, on Con Street from 4th to 2nd. And on 3rd Street from 281 to Pecan. In addition, we would like permission to use Men's Park Friday the 5th, on Saturday the 6th, and Sunday the 7th for our music, as well as parking in front of the old fire station last year for just some additional critter. So and I will say we got our sign in for we got a nice big banner made to sit on the barricade that faces 281 to keep people from crossing across 3rd Street at 281. It says directs them to the crosswalk, which Jerry might like that because there's somebody willing to cross that he's watching. Yeah. So just for our 21st year, really quick, we have a few more meters we added back for about 111, 123 spaces on the grounds.
extended the Texas Made tent. We have 17 people in there. We have 6 wineries. All of them are local or in the county this year, which is nice. Same music, we're keeping the courthouse closed, to visitors, open to vendors. Everything is pretty much the same as it's. I'll give you comments. Will you, Michelle? Thank you. Are you signed up for this great spot?
Good enough, but no, it's, everybody should volunteer for the library.
We certainly do appreciate it. It's a lot more fun from the inside out.
And it's a great way to better know your community and then the people that are the community that come to visit.
It's hearing the comments. So it allows us to appreciate that we get to involved.
Absolutely.
Do they have any questions? Anything we don't already know about that?
I will move that we approve the street closures for Library Festival.
Okay. A motion and second, all in favor? Thank you. Consideration discussing take possible action on approval of resolution number 2026R-006. We can talk to consider a relief draft outside the city limits and EPJ.
Mayor Council, this is a resolution, the form of which has been approved several times previously. It basically calls upon TxDOT and its analysis to revisit the routing, place it outside the ETJ and the city limits. So we've got a new council. Mayor wanted to bring it forward. I'm bringing it forward. It's written to reiterate the history, etc., of the entire process. I will say it was pointed out to me that one of the whereases has a slight factual change that should be made. Where if you go on the first page, 1, 2, 3, 5th whereas in November 2021, the city council formally requested that TxDOT undertake a relief route study for US 281 in and around Blanco. What really happened there was city leadership, the mayor at the time, the mayor pro tem at the time, contacted Capital Area FBO in Austin, does the highway planning for the region. That, hey, we just got a briefing from TxDOT about the build they're doing down here. And we saw traffic modeling, etc. Can you help us get a feasibility study for a relief route? Not build a, but a feasibility study of a relief route. Campo has jurisdiction over the 6 counties, off Travis County and the 6 surrounding counties. It does not have jurisdiction here. They contact TxDOT, which does have jurisdiction here. And both of them came back to us, city leadership, and said, sure, we need a statement of local support. So the resolution that was passed in November 21 formally supported Campo's request that TxDOT undertake a relief route. And so with that amendment, I'd ask you to approve.
Got one question. I know this has been going on for, seems like forever. I mean, one thing that I've heard sitting out there in the gallery and this council, nobody wants it inside the ETJ. Can we have that amended where it says we want that outside the ETJ?
That's what this resolution does.
It does that.
The city limits.
I'm just confirming what it says.
The operative
Study for 281 in and around Blanco.
On the second page, paragraph 1, city council hereby restates and reaffirms its prior recommendations that any US 281 be located entirely outside the corporate limits and the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city.
Oh. If there's something that said that. Legislature or state
Yes. Please. Number 4, paragraph 4, city staff is directed to transmit this resolution to TxDOT statewide district leadership, project managers, Blanco County, state legislatures, any other appropriate stakeholder.
This is beyond here, motion.
I think we have some more, I'll second it, but we have some more discussion.
Oh,
after I
okay,
second it.
Well, obviously, I support this on its face. I voted for the original recommendations, which this mostly reflects. The last time we looked at this, we did do some language changes. I just, it might be worth mentioning item number 3, because we did get some pushback from, a citizen, and it was a fair point. He, as I recall, pushed back on the idea of suspending further advancement. So if you read through it entirely, alternatively, if no alignment outside the municipal boundaries is to be advanced, the city council respectfully requests that TxDOT suspend further advancement of the current relief route study. And I think that was his issue, because shouldn't continue to study, but I see it as current. And instead, jointly commence planning, engineering, and implementation of traffic calming, safety, mobility, corridor management solutions. And just the US 2 route through Blanco. I'm comfortable with the language. Last time
You can change, they've concluded their study. You could change the word study to develop. Because remember, they don't have any funding for this route yet. There's no advanced funding agreement in place yet. This is all just on paper for the moment. And they've repeated this to me. I talked yesterday to the district engineer in Austin, happened to be in the same meeting. Hey, do you got any funding yet? No. The only thing we're doing is a 281 expansion. That's it. Other stuff is on paper, if and when. So you could say, and the study is done, but that's done. They've issued their recommendation. You could change study to the word development.
However, they haven't done the environmental and historical studies on the one that they've chosen.
Right, but that's the main lines of 281.
No, they're really.
They won't for a while. On the relief route. The main route, they haven't finished their NEPA, environmental review and all that stuff yet, and the historical. There's a lot to be done yet on that, but that's gonna come quicker than this will ever come.
Yes,
Can I ask a question?
yes.
And I'm very good. You can. Is it possible to, since this resolution has been offered multiple times, maybe not a suggestion and then a resolution, is it possible to develop a resolution that respectfully requests that TxDOT give us an answer as to whether or not they're going to honor the request? And I ask this simply because there are a number of people, some that are in here right now, and some neighbors that aren't here, that it's almost like TxDOT has gone out and put a lien on our properties because people can't sell, people can't develop, and it's out there on top of us, and it's almost a taking. And they're sitting here saying, well, have you got funding yet? Well, we don't have funding yet. Well, what does that mean? If you get funding, you're gonna put into effect that particular option that you come up with. It can a resolution, be any stronger to say, we've asked this 3 times, would you please tell us that you're going to honor it if you ever get to the point where you get funded and you go further? Or is that just, we fight that battle later on? Because you've got citizens in this community that are on hold, literally on hold, while they sit there and say, well, we'll just wait around and see if we're gonna nuke you now, or we're gonna come and nuke you later. That's all.
Your point is well taken. This resolution does ask them point blank to suspend development. And what I would suggest
council, if we choose to approve this, and let's go to Austin. Let's get organized and go to Austin and get some answers on, are you going to suspend this? What are you doing with this?
I agree with that.
Is it just a bookshelf thing, or because we're asking? Yeah. We'll take it.
Two senators have already said they're willing to listen to the landowners and the city council. So
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
I
Thank you.
I also have a point, portion where it says, you're asking them to cooperate to work with us on solving. That should be in there. You all have tasked the TPAC committee to come up with some calming recommendations.
We put it
It's
in.
it's in bullet point number 3. You all have, I'm just saying, put that in there. We
Oh,
need,
yeah.
we need them to acknowledge that they're gonna work with. But quite frankly, you've asked TPAC to do something, we've had no authority over anything that happens in 281. They need to be told, or someone needs to be told, you'll work with the city's people to come up with solutions. We have no authority to do it. Without them.
Why isn't it, home road there, because you got the Pollock stuff property out there on 281, like he was saying, you know, put them all in there.
They need to acknowledge this. They're gonna work with this, whether it's stop the development or fix downtown.
Well, this is still another stuff. We're just making our voice, we haven't gone away.
I'm saying that could be in there.
Yeah.
And I agree with Mr. Paul, we need to get them to acknowledge what you're asking them to do and to not do.
One of the questions, is the city council is asking this to be placed outside the city limits and outside the ETJ. And if they decide, no, we're not gonna do that, well, then under number 3 here, it says, okay, no bill. Is that essentially what it's saying? That's what we're asking them. No bills and no just come in. That's what this resolution says. If you're adamant about doing it, we don't want you to build your own on it. Help with us on fixing this, what we have now.
It's almost like that sign behind you there. Please acknowledge.
So we have 2 potential changes. One is the one the whereas
Could you belabor that and repeat it one more time, please? I know you said it was the 5th whereas.
For the 5th whereas, it would say, whereas in November 2021, the city council formally supported a request by Campo that TxDOT undertake a relief route study, blah, 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 blah. So that's the same language. Same language. Did you get
That's blah with the H.
Yeah, with it.
I have the subtle change in my mind with that.
BLAHHH.
All right.
And then over, under number 3, on the second page, the 3rd line, the word study would be, changed to development.
No. I was going there with the language, to give John the impression that it does not want a relief route. I am also understanding the fact that it's saying there, if you're to come up with no relief route that has an alignment outside the city limits, essentially, then suspend it.
If they don't get the funding for the relief route, at least get some funding for traffic calming.
Yes.
It's in line with what we've asked.
Yeah, it is in line with what I just wanted to make sure we weren't slamming the door closed. It should be, but I think that achieves. Yeah.
It's gonna be slog.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a process.
You've got a parcel.
Because ultimately, if they came up with a relief route that matched our request, we would support it.
That they changed the verbiage on the fifth whereas the supported request by Blanco in
Blah, 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 blah.
blah, 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 and then changed on number 3, the word study to develop. And I have that motion as initiated by council member.
So we have a motion, do we have a second?
Okay.
We have a second. All those in favor? All opposed? All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, consideration, discussion, take possible action, to rent the old fire station at 503 Colorado.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm gonna go through the concept here. So this came about because we were looking at, the fact that we have an anchor tenant that is, having to leave, and looking at different places to go. We also have a property that we've had for many, many years, that currently houses some plans of ours, and I think also has a room that Infomark has some HP running in, and they have a couple plans in there as well. It's really not used. We have some equipment in there. It's a couple times when we've looked at it, maybe some equipment that we're just storing. I think we have some seed stuff. I mean, it's just basically bicycles for, anyway. And there's some, there's some traffic signs. So one of the thoughts that we were looking at, is to actually take this site and possibly look at taking a property which has not been in use for many years, or has been underutilized, which is our old fire station, and then to look at basically retrofitting it specifically so that it could be used as a retail space. It would do a couple of different things. It would look at helping a anchor tenant that is basically in downtown historic district, and have them go to a place that is slightly off the historic district boundary. So if you look here, this is the back of what's going to be the Red Bud facility, and right across the street is our facility. So what it would do is it would actually have downtown district kind of expand. The downtown district, not necessarily the historic district. So that would kind of do a couple different things. So I want to take a look at what would have to be done. We'll go through that here in just a minute. So what I want to explain is the amount of work that's going to need to be done to make that a viable building. So I know you've read all of this already, but we talked about the business, but this is also about the city rehabbing a building, not just about a specific business. Cranberries is a business that makes the city money. I don't think, Jose, we never did pull the numbers for that.
I haven't been able to look at it from,
So we don't know what the numbers are, but we don't want to lose that business. That's the first thing. It also, that business provides other individuals that are selling there. So it's not just about that business, it's about the business of other people in the city that does resale. We're looking to seek approval from council to rent the old fire station. And I don't want to specifically focus on the person, because we may have to open it up to people that might be interested. But the real idea is to keep this anchor tenant. And that's the thought here. The old fire station is currently owned by the city, but it's not being fully utilized. Location, just talking the location. So I want to address maybe the elephant in the room. The city hall there's a thought of relocating City Hall to this place at one time. But the numbers I've received from a couple of contractors in town was about $500,000. The other issue was that if we were gonna move to down there, it would be more expensive than what retail space would be, because you would have to have city offices, you would have acoustics, you would have basically what we have here right now, which is a chamber. That would be more expensive, and then the thought was what we were gonna do was we were gonna have to rehab the old city hall and this building. So you were looking at about $600,000. Here you're looking at hopefully half of that. The other problem with the city hall relocate that we hadn't even gotten that far was how do you serve the public while you are doing all this construction? So having said that, I just want to address why this is different than moving City Hall, because this is looking at helping a possible anchor tenant or anybody else that's interested, and then rehabbing a building that has not been utilized properly for many years. So I want to get that out of the way. So let's talk about what we've identified as things that need to be fixed. We need a new roof, new restrooms, probably need to be ADA accessible. We need an AC unit, some siding improvements, possible mold remediation, and minor exterior only improvements would be required. So how would this work? First of all, this would have to happen if we had a tenant that actually agreed to this. We don't want to have, this is going to be self-supporting, no taxpayer dollars are used. So what I have on one of these pages, I think, is an amortization, and essentially if it was $250,000, it would be below $5,000 a month that we would need to basically pay for this. You can see the amortization schedule. If we decided that it was going to be about $300,000, then you'd have to have that be a six-year loan, and Jose put that kind of together. So that's actually how we would make it work. Item 6 is about this concept of restoring the old fire station and having an anchor tenant move. That's that. 7 would actually be going out and doing RFP to start the work. So, but I do want to go to the recommendations, but you need to make one minor change on here. So, moving forward, staff is asking council to look at materials to see if we could upgrade OFS, which is the old fire station, not to exceed $1,000 if possible. Approve the concept of a 5 or 6 year minimum lease. Direct staff to go through the RFP process and ask for specific pricing on roof, AC, exterior, mold remediation, fix holes on the side, new restrooms, and minor upgrades that council think is needed. The amortization worksheet shows that, and then we're going to look into this. We may need to open this up to anybody that would be willing to, and we have a tenant already identified, but we probably would have to open this up to anybody that might be interested as well. Did I kind of explain that correctly? Okay. So questions of staff?
Well, love the idea. Love the idea of, having a home, helping to support a homegrown business here. It seems like that was got my attention. Seems like this falls under number 3 of the prioritize local enterprise under Mr. McClung's presentation. I love it. The numbers have to work. The tenant has to be agreeable to entering a contract with the city. Yes, that's right. Right. Devil's in the details. Yes, the contract sheet does not exist currently.
6 to 10 years.
Sounds like a potential, well, from the amortization, it sounds like you all come up with a potential rental amount. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And my only question is that reflective of market rates?
And the answer is I don't know. That would be something we would have to look into. Probably isn't there.
I don't really, I do not use property management. They look at that.
To answer, I don't know. I also will mention that we're gonna have to do a bid bond when we do it, to make sure that this is item 7, but just give you a full picture, we'll have to do a bid bond, make sure that whoever does the work is bonded. But to answer your question, I mean, when we first started thinking about this, and I get this, I've gotten there, there was different people that had different suggestions. We thought about doing something, but that's a good question. I don't have an answer.
Not calling to answer this either. Maybe some of the other gentlemen up here do. Is this even possible for the timeline?
Well, it's not going to be by her timeline. When I've discussed this, we're probably looking at probably a finish date of October or November, probably more likely November. Now, my understanding is this individual has to leave probably at the end of July. I don't think that's not realistic. So
Inevitably be a lull in her business without it.
I mean, even in construction, both of y'all, there's no way you can get this done in 2 months. I mean, it's a stretch to get it done by the end of October. And that's if we get approval either tonight or do a special meeting in a couple of weeks once we have. I want to make sure that all your questions are answered, and this is one of those we need to look at that. Make sure that we're doing the bid bond correctly, and we'll work with our engineer. We want to make sure those things. This is to bring it up to you tonight. We can certainly have a special meeting or do this in June. But I wanted to get this in front of you. I know time is of the essence, but I know that
Well, she's okay. She knows it.
but I would be okay if this had to be, you want some things researched, I would be okay with getting this back.
The beauty of this particular type of tenant is, I assume, you correct somebody correct me, that really there doesn't need to be much finish out. This is a vendor-based business. They designate spots. Everybody puts up their own temporary walls. This wouldn't require a lot construction wise, correct?
That would be my understanding, and I don't want to compare us to another town, but Johnson City has a similar location, about 2 or 3 blocks off of the main square that has, it's kind of like that. It's kind of a big airy building, and I don't know if they did a lot of work in there. And so this is, again, no idea they're original. I think something like that was more open air. Obviously, we'd have to do any kind of mold remediation. We'd have to fix something because restrooms have to be acceptable or ADA accessible, and we'll have to do that.
Are there restrooms currently?
Not working restrooms.
Okay.
But they even have showers in them.
I mean, the hardware is there, the pipes, everything are, but you could not actually use the facility.
So we would be making inoperable restrooms operable.
Yes.
I'm trying to, and this is a building that even distorts things. I've heard the complaint that it should be air conditioned to begin with.
It's not air conditioned now. Anything that are papers or plans should be. I know Infomark uses that one room and has AC in there for that very reason. We actually store plans in an AC portion, and I'm sure they're.
I'm trying to make the argument that the score ball probably needs to be done anyway.
Yeah, I would say we need to improve it. I don't know if the city would spend this kind of money to make improvements as much as we're gonna have to make it a working business, and we'd have to do a certificate of occupancy, just like you do for a normal business. We would probably spend half of this to fix the building anyway, or eventually. We haven't, but.
I understood from planning that, she was just gonna pressure wash the floors. And so there would be no flooring that we would need to do. And just just make it so varmints can't come. And I got a text from her, and she said that she's willing to do a long-term lease because she's listening to us right now.
I'll let it there. I do like the idea of doing something with building. I believe. Going bad, and that's essentially what's done. I do think that we need to dive a little deeper into market value on rental. Fair. One, make sure it's fair for us. Two, that make sure it's fair for the customer as well. One thing is I don't know how many commercial property owners in Belgium. I'm going to ask, as long as you're here, I'm going to ask you a question, Mr. Palmer. Is it standard on commercial properties for the property owner to fund the build to suit for the tenant?
It's all negotiable. It depends on how long the lease is, how much they're paying. A lot of times I'll give the tenant a finish out allowance. And, so it's all negotiable. Sometimes the tenant will go in and provide some of their own TI work. Sometimes they won't, and it's depending on the credit worthiness of the tenant as well. So you just kind of have to weigh all that.
I think that's an excellent point. However, is anybody knocking down our door currently to rent that facility and rehab it? I'm just, have we had any offers?
Well, let me answer it this way. There have been no offers. We have not sought out, I mean, we haven't, tried to seek that out yet either. So, I mean, this might be a preliminary issue coming before you, because it seemed like a pretty good solution, but no, we haven't got any offers, and no, we haven't actually, tried to sell, like, put it up for sale, or put up for lease, anything like that. We haven't really explored.
A lot of the time, and one of the things that I was hoping we could do, in this instance, was do something with that. And then when this came up, I thought, yeah, this is great. It looks like a very viable option. It keeps business in town. Rent money coming into us. It pays for itself. And if everything works out as it should, and I'm excited about that. I want to see this thing get used.
Me too, but I don't want to push you. If we need a little bit more time, that's fine. If you want to prove certain things tonight, that's fine too.
I'm not saying do it tonight. Yeah. With more research, more,
Are there certain things in the not upgrades, like baseline with like the roof, restroom? I mean, occupation able to be occupied at all? Are there certain things you could ask council to go out on RFP to say, hey, we just want to get this to finish out ready or to that preliminary stage and know what that cost is, whether we take it on or we ask the tenant to do it, we know what that cost is from an RFP point of view, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for. That's the next one, but yes.
Well, that'd be the preliminary step, right, to know what that economic is again.
This might be a question for Heidi. She's listening. I wonder, about the electricity needs of the tenant. And I ask this specifically because I am a guy that rents out spaces in similar places. And generally, not always, but generally every vendor has access to electricity. I guess that electrical work is not done currently. That might not be how she loves Cranberries, and I don't have any recollection of who has power and who doesn't at Cranberries. But anyway, I don't know if that's, that would add to the cost if there was.
Yeah, if we had to add electrical, I think they did that to the old courthouse, and that cost X $9. About $15. We could do that. We could add electricity or plugs, it would cost money.
I would rather go into it. You wouldn't have to put it in the walls just to try to catch it. Or drop.
Councilmember Barron, what do you think?
I would have done it 10 years ago. Okay. If it's going to pay for itself the first 5 years, and then we have an income of $60,000 a year, we're I don't care who gets in the building, why haven't we done it sooner?
That pays for the insurance thing for the water pump.
I think that the beauty of this particular tenant, other than all the reasons why we want to keep her here in Blanco, that feels good, is that her business model doesn't require a lot of tenants now. I don't
That's
think.
fine, but we still need to open up that space to give other Blanco people the option to say, hey, this is what we're going to do. And if, hey, and I'm not trying to be mean, but the highest bidder, they should get.
The plugs are already in the building every April.
Sounds like the interest essentially.
And,
What?
Well, I know we've got an attorney here we can lean on in that regard.
I just got what I, she said.
That's essentially a conflict of interest if we don't go out for RFQs.
So we, yeah, there's a, well, I think it's
It would be profitable. It would be profitable.
yes.
There's a way you can do it.
There's, well,
So here's what I suggest.
We'll figure it out.
For item 7, to approve administration of RFP. And that right now, we don't approve, the lease tenant. Because this is there's a chicken and egg problem. We don't know how much it's gonna come out to, what all that is needed to be done until we actually do it on. And we'll do a big one. So if, you wanted to table 6, but then go out for the RFP so we don't lose any time. And then next month, we come back and then work on whether it goes out to other possible tenants or this tenant, and to make sure that we're doing this the right way.
We have to CYA.
Yes, correct procurement.
Mayor,
I think I've reconsidered, maybe I better not say.
Okay, I'm fine. Okay, so here's a couple of things that I wanted to. I'm fine with marriage to the table, the first item, as far as tenants go. I would like to, out of respect for that possible tenant and other possible tenants, and I should have put out for an RFP as soon as possible for possible tenants on that building. Even though we don't have a building to rent to them yet, if we're gonna consider renting it, we need to go ahead and RFP that. Allow these people to, other folks, if they are interested, to come forward and give us a proposal at renting the building. The other thing is, I think we do need to move forward with an RFP for the minimum repairs to fix the building up to an acceptable standard, whether we rent it or keep it for our own storage or whatever. There is some repairs that need to be done to the building. Third thing being, I think that we need to do some market research on both the rent value of that building and possible sale value of that building. Not that we want to go selling it, but it's something to consider. Just
rent and sale?
Yes, just and on, as far as the sales goes, just a light appraisal value of it. We don't have to take a huge deep dig into spending money on it. But I just want that as a consideration that maybe in the future, the city doesn't need to be in the rental business. Maybe it's forward, just worrying about city business and letting somebody else on the property. Possibility.
Yeah. Well, that's an appreciation.
So you would, item 6, you would do item 6 and say, action to direct the city to issue an RFP for potential renter for tenants for the property.
Correct.
Period.
Would that be better as a motion or issue a directive?
I would do the motion. Yeah.
Motion.
You're doing one RFP and then the second RFP for necessary repairs.
Okay.
Under 7.
Under 7.
Yeah.
And would our market value rental sales be under that one as well?
Well, you're gonna do that as a necessary part of, under 6.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
So on item number 6, I'll make a motion to request an RFP for possible tenants at the old fire station. That's correct.
It's good.
We have a motion to have second.
Second it.
All in favor? Opposed? Number 7.
Number 7, I motion that we put out an RFP for the minimum repairs to fix the old fire station and bring it up to a status.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
No, I'll issue a directive here with rest of council's approval. I would like to issue a directive to our city administrator just to research the market value of both renting and selling the whole fire station. Thank you.
What number change from number 2 to 1? Yeah, then we do.
Okay.
Okay, number 8, consideration, discussion, take possible action on resolution 2026R-07 for TxDOT to strike crosswalks and maintain the road on 281. There are some horrible problems.
Mayor, this is a resolution that you had discussed with the administrator. It's just a draft resolution that so directs request that it's not a demand. Yeah, the operative language is on the second page. Number 1, formally requesting that TxDOT promptly strike and repaint crosswalks. 281. Number 2, give us a regular schedule. Inspecting, restriping, maintaining. Evaluate road surface condition. Basically, in some ways, this is some level of implementation of the previous resolution. If they end up
Traffic calming.
traffic calming and other, well, a predicate traffic calming, and then coordination with staff and TxDOT on the striping, and then disseminate this resolution.
So I will move that we pass resolution number 2026-R-007 for TxDOT to strike crosswalks and maintain the road on Tree.
Have a motion. Those in favor? Passes. Consideration, discussion, take possible action on awarding the contract for engineering and approval of 3 water lines for Cielo, Calamina, and 9th Street. Actuated on FBI engineering.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. First of all, I'm sorry for our city engineer to wait 2.5 hours to get to this. I did not even think about this being that long tonight. I naively thought we'd be done by now. But having said that, this was a project that got started. This is basically a 2024 CO. That was the water TIF. That we got awarded $3.9 million. $512,000 was grant money, and then the other 3.4 took a loan out on SEER. This is to take care of 3 water lines. One is the Cielo water line, the Palomino water line, and then the water line on 9th Street from 281 east to where it stops. So where we're at now is when you hire Ardura to do this, they basically did the environmentals, the surveys, and they submitted everything to TCQ, the water board, to get approved. That's all been done. And all we're waiting for now is the approval of TCQ and then design and get started. So we're at a breaking point. We are no longer in daily or weekly contact with Ardura. So the idea was to approve this back in February to get a 30-day notice on releasing them from this contract. And so we now have for 2 months, because we've been waiting for TCQ approval, but I think we need it very soon. We now need to have an engineer Our engineer that we've been dealing with on a weekly basis is XPI. Familiar with them, and they've done a good job, so the recommendation of staff would be to award that remaining contract of the remaining work, which is really the design of the management of the 3 lines to SPI. And John or Jerry, I don't know if you want to say anything, but that's kind of my.
It doesn't bother me. So really, I don't have much to add other than we did review the deliverables we received from our jury, which included the survey, preliminary engineering report, and the environmental approvals, and all look good. We got a little bit of a start on it just in case. But that was my risk. So yeah, we're ready to get going on it. We're underway on a bunch of your pond projects, but this is a perfect one to stick in because we're yet to order the surveys on your pond projects, and this has a survey with it, so we're gonna jump right in. Our plan would be then to have bid ready documents in November. Go by around November.
John, I love listening to you talk, but I'm gonna move that we award the contract for engineering and approval for the 3 water lines, Cielo, Palomino, and 9th Street East of 281 to yours truly, SPI Engineering.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Sure, appreciate you.
And number 10, we're going to move to executive session. So, let's see.
Okay, I know what it is.
8:53, we will adjourn to the regular session. We will do our executive session. Hello.
told you what the deal is, so.
They can't hear you.
Okay, do what you want. Tell 'em.
we, back in the regular session. 11 o'clock. And the business was, conducted in executive session. Item 10. Is there a motion to table that?
Madam Mayor, I will move that we table item 10, regarding action on Eric Moses and Ryan Moses versus City of Blanco. And related position for the position.
There's a motion and has a second. All those in favor? Aye. So, the motion passes.
All opposed?
Okay.
Okay. And.
Two abstaining. Two abstaining.
Two abstentions, okay.
Okay. No.
I move that we adjourn.
Do I have a second? All those in favor? All opposed? Adjourned, but-